Did you get us on YouTube?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I say nothing.
In other Sangha, they begin the ceremony with the formal words, "Please rise for ceremony." Here we begin with the words, "You are now live on YouTube." Well, good morning and good evening, everyone, wherever you are. Welcome to our monthly Zazenkai. This is the big one. We go for the next 4 hours, but do not worry. We do not just sit the entire time. We sit when we sit, and then we get up and do other things. We get up and dance at one point, which we're all set for today. Lovely to have you all here. I am kind of lonely here in the Zendo because this is a college town and it's summer vacation. So everyone has, as we say, skedaddled. They're all gone. All our members are traveling all around the world, some back to Europe, some back to America. And I can say that's lovely because the last 2 years that was impossible here, or almost impossible. So I'm very glad that people are going back to see their families and friends. And but that means I'm also very glad that you guys are here to keep company. Good to see you all. Bjorn, you are practicing your Eno skills today. Our theme will be a very interesting talk by Master Keizan, one of the bigwigs in Soto Zen, and we'll look at that a little later. In the meantime, if you've been here before, you know what to do, and if it's your first time, just follow along. Let's go.
어가하냐 하라미다 싱요 감지자이보 사스교진 한야 하라미다 지쇼겐곤 가이그 로이사이그 야그샤이시 시기스이그그흐이 시기시기 서구제 그그 서구제 시기주 소교 시기 야그분요제 샤리시 제쇼호쿠 소프 쇼프 마츠프 그프조 그조 흑겐제 고구주 무시기 무주 소교 시기 무겐니 비제 신니 무시기 조고미 조그 허무겐 가이 나이시 무이 시기 가이 무무묘 야그무무묘 진 나이시 무로시 야그무로시 진 무그시 마츠도 무치 야그무 덕구이 무쇼 덕고 보다이 사타에 한야 하라미다 고시 무게게 무게게 고무그프 언니 사이 덴도 무소 그견의 한산제쇼 그즈의 한야 하라미다 고덕구와 너그다라 산야그 산보다이 고지 한야 하라미다 제다이 지슈 제다이 묘슈 제무조슈 제무도도슈 노조 이사이그 신지즈부 고고 세츠 한야 하라미다 슈서구 세츠슈 와츠 갸테 갸테 하라 갸테 하라소 갸테 보지 소가 한야 신요 The identity of relative and absolute. The mind of the great sage of India is intimately conveyed west and east, while human faculties are both wise or dull in the way there are no northern or southern ancestors. The subtle source shines clear in the light, the branching streams flow in the dark. To be attached to things is primordial illusion. To encounter the absolute is not yet enlightenment. All spheres, every sense and field intermingle even as they shine alone, interact and even as they merge, yet keeping their places in expressions of their own. Sights differ primarily in shape and character, and sounds in harsh or soothing tones. The dark make all words one, the brightness distinguishes good and bad phrases. The four elements return to their true nature as a child turns to its mother. Fire is hot, water is wet, wind moves and the earth is dense. Eye and form, ear and sound, nose and smell, tongue and taste, the sweet and sour. Each independent of the other, like leaves that come from the same root. And though leaves and root must go back to the source, both root and leaves have their own uses. Light is also darkness, but do not think of it as darkness. Darkness is light, do not see it as light. Light and darkness are not one, not two, like the foot before and the foot behind in walking. Each thing has its own being, which is not different from its place and function. The relative fits the absolute as a box and its lid. The absolute meets the relative like two arrow points that touch in mid-air. Hearing this, simply perceive what is, make no criterion. If you do not see the way, you do not see it even as you walk upon it. Walking forward in the way, you draw no nearer, progress no farther. One who fails to see this truth is mountains and rivers away. Listen those who would perceive this subtle matter. Live well your time by night and day. Buddha nature pervades the whole universe, reality existing right here now. In reciting the heart of the perfection of great wisdom sutra and the identity of relative and absolute, we dedicate our sincere efforts to Shakyamuni Buddha, honored one, the historical Buddha and teacher, and to those ancestral teachers, Eihei Dogen, honored one, Soji Keizan, honored one, all successive honored ones up until Zuigaku Rempo, honored one, and Gudo Wafu, honored one, and to all other honored ones throughout history, same yet diverse honored ones whose names have been forgotten or left unsaid. We also dedicate these efforts to the three treasures, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, to all awakened ones and teachers in all places and times. We especially seek tranquility and well-being for all creatures now suffering or ill in health. May they be serene throughout their ills. May their lives be at peace and wisdom pervade the darkness of ignorance. We dedicate our hopes and aspirations to all victims of war and violence and natural events, to the injured and to all families touched by these tragedies, to the healing of hatred in all countries and among all peoples, to the wisdom and compassion of our world leaders, to the peace of the world and harmony of all beings. Thus let the harmful effects of words, thoughts, and actions be dispelled, and compassion bloom in perpetual spring. May we all realize and live the enlightened way together. All Buddhas throughout space and time. All Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha, Prajna, Paramita.
Zazen? Kinhin. Zazen? we will have a long Kinhin. We will have a talk followed by Zazen. Dion, would you be able to open the sutras today? When you get there. Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay.
Sure.
Wait. Got this thing. Here we go. Okay.
The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered but rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning. The Dharma, incomparably profound and infinitely subtle, is always encountered yet rarely perceived. Now we see, hear, receive, and maintain this. May we all realize the Tathagata's true meaning.
Hello. I'm way down here. For the folks who might be listening later on the podcast, I'm just sitting in a little corner of the picture here. And first I thought, for giving a talk like this, maybe according to the rules of Zoom speaking, which I actually read, you should try to get closer so people can see your face. But then I thought that this is actually appropriate. Have you seen many a Chinese or Japanese Zen painting, where the people are little tiny parts of the great scenery, and it's actually the open space and the scenery that's talking. So I'm just this little guy down here, but you see all the open space in the zendo around me. That's hopefully where the words are actually coming from. So this is appropriate. You don't need to see me. Perhaps you see too much of me around the zendo, so you know what I look like. But it's the space here. And I wish I could share the great outdoors here. The door is open. Today the sky is rather clear. The trees are green. Hopefully they're doing the speaking today. Our topic is something by Master Keizan called the Sankon Zazen Setsu. And this is a piece by Keizan that's not discussed that often, and I think a little sectarian politics may get involved in that. We'll talk about that in a second. It's an unusual piece, especially for Soto Zen, but I think it's very important and very interesting. Now, first off, who was Keizan, for those who don't know? Anyone raise your hand? Does everyone know who Keizan is? Well, the two founders of Soto Zen are in Japan and our tradition are Master Dogen, of course, you've heard of him. And the other is Master Keizan, who was actually not even born when Dogen was alive. He was in the third generation. And for various reasons, he's considered the founder of Soto Zen. And why is that? Well, Master Dogen, as you know, was the fellow who brought the teachings from China and was rather into the teachings, the doctrine, the practice. Not perhaps the greatest promoter of Zen, not the greatest, shall we say, charismatic personality beyond maybe his small group. He had some very loyal students, but he was certainly not a vast popularizer of the teachings. He was too serious. He meant what he said, and he said what he meant. And that even cost him getting kicked out of Kyoto, you know. He stepped on the toes of the big sects, the Shingon sect and the Tendai sect, that were very powerful in the capital city of Kyoto. And they didn't like this new guy in town with his wild teachings, looking to break doctrine. I kind of, in the Zen Sangha Treeleaf, I kind of experience this sometimes when I say some things that may step on some toes, and there are big reactions. Well, in Dogen's case, it's believed they burned down his temple in Kyoto, came with torches. It's in the Dogen movie, if you ever say that. The guys actually come with torches and they burn the place down. No one really knows the full story, but that's the most likely thing. Just too much political pressure. He found a sponsor in the boondocks, in the middle of nowhere, Japan. It's still the middle of nowhere, Japan. And that sponsor agreed to build a temple, and Dogen went there with a rather small number of students. And that may have been the end of Soto Zen if it wasn't for Keizan. Keizan was a rather different personality from Dogen. First off, Keizan believed in spreading the word, and he had a very mystical heart, and the two aspects of him went together. For example, Keizan believed in dreams and voices. He was inspired by things he thought he saw and heard. You know, he was a mystic. And a lot of his decisions were made by his dreams, fantastic dreams that Kinhin would appear to him in a tree and said, build your temple here. And so he built the temple. And he didn't make a distinction between the world of dreams and the world of, we call reality, like we people tend to do today, at least many of us. Dogen was a little bit, a lot more down to earth, shall we say. He had only a few writings about his dreams. He had one story he told one time mysteriously. He was in the temple and he heard strange bells from a distance and smelled a flowery scent. Some scientists, by the way, said that could be just an atmospheric effect of sound carrying very far from some distant bell, you know. But Dogen, that was as far as Dogen ever got, really, with the visions. But Keizan, man, Joan of Arc, hearing voices, seeing things. And he went out and he said, to spread the word of Soto Zen, we have to not just talk about Zazen and Shobogenzo. We have to give the people what they want. It's good for them, make their hearts happy. He wasn't pushing anything bad, don't get me wrong, but he was trying to do it in a way that the people would relate to. So, for example, he was into exorcisms, big time. Now, today we may be shocked. Oh, what? Exorcism? I saw that in a movie. That's what the Catholics do. No. Priests were known for their power, the power that came from Zazen, and they would come to a place and they would wave their hand and chase away the evil spirits. And if you were getting sick, if your crops were failing, if there was a famine, if there was no rain, if there was a plague, you call the guy from the Shinto shrine or the Buddhist priest and say, do your magic. They were the wizards, you see. They were the medicine man. They were the witch doctors of their sort. But that's not a bad thing, because in a large part of the world, that is the doctor. That is the scientist, you know, who needs to fix the crops and cure the disease. So Keizan created this kind of Soto Zen Buddhism. And it was not just Soto Zen. All the Buddhists were doing this all through Japan and in China and in Korea, giving the people the magic They didn't want the doctrine. They wanted the power. The monks got the power from their Zazen and thus could manipulate the forces of the universe. And Dogen gave them this. Not Dogen, Keizan. Was it a bad thing? It helped bring people peace. It gave them hope. And it certainly spread Soto Zen. This is why I did not check the exact figure, but I believe there are 90, maybe more, 900 Soto Zen temples connected to Keizan's lineage of Sojiji versus every one temple connected to Eiheiji, because Dogen was not a promoter. And so his lineage was always rather small, and Keizan's spread and was vast. Most Soto Zen temples are connected to Keizan. My own lineage is a Keizan lineage through Master Nishijima. Okay, so one other thing about Keizan is we all think about Shikantaza as central to Soto Zen. You've heard me. I'm a Shikantaza guy. I'm a kind of Dogen guy, right? And I got the same problems as Dogen. I'm not a big popularizer. I speak my own heart too much, maybe. I'm too serious about it. But I don't give the people what they want. I should sell amulets and do exorcisms, guys, and then we'd have a lot more members. I'm telling you, if I gave you the secret to increase your bank accounts, cure your disease, chase away the evil spirits, sell you an amulet, man, we'd have so many Treeleaf members. But Dogen and me share one fault. We don't necessarily take that quite so seriously. But Keizan did. He sold a lot of amulets, man. Or gave them away, let's say. In any case, he was also from a lineage that was very mixed. Keizan put a lot of esoteric teachings, esoteric Buddhism, like the Dalai Lama, but there's also a tradition in Japan called Shingon. It's a very magical Buddhism, a lot of incantation Buddhism, would you say? And Dogen was not so much into that. Keizan was. But the other thing is, some of Dogen's students came from the Rinzai sect. Actually, Dogen broke off from a Rinzai group too, but some of his other students were from a sect called the Dharma that appears to have engaged in koan introspection practice or something like it. And then they came to Dogen, and Dogen said, "Stop that. No. A lot of talking. No. That Rinzai guy, he didn't know what he was talking about. No, yeah. So he was a Shinkantaza guy." But you get to Keizan. Keizan's teacher was one of the guys from the Dharma Shu. And kind of on the side, they said, yeah, we do Shikantaza, but we'll do a little koan introspection too, some of us. It's okay. And what actually happened was, in China and Japan, for many reasons, too much to discuss today, koan introspection became very popular. It's really catchy. I don't know. It got very popular, including in Soto Zen. And it was only in the 19th century kind of that Dogen was rediscovered, and we went back to emphasizing Shikantaza and let's get all that koan stuff, push it aside again. All right, but there was a whole period there where, frankly, there was a whole period there where people didn't care about Zazen at all and were more into the incantations and the magic. But let's put that aside now. The point I'm trying to make is Keizan in this piece seems to be open to Shikantaza and koan introspection. And by the way, so is me. People think you're the big Shikantaza guy, and I am. I'm a baseball coach. This is a baseball stadium. When we are here, you come play baseball, but football's a good game. Now, people sometimes ask me, which is better, football or baseball? I say, football is good for football people. Baseball is good for baseball people. Maybe some people can play both. That's great. I'm a baseball coach. You want football? Talk to the football guy down the street. Here, you come here, you get baseball, you get shikantaza. All right? I believe in shikantaza. Shikantaza is a beautiful way for so many people. I don't ever insist it's for everybody. And by the way, that includes, I'm not a Tibetan Buddhist. I'm not into the incantations and the 10,000 spirits and gods and goddesses. I'm not into it. Might be right for somebody. Christianity may be right for somebody, and not Buddhism at all. Maybe someone doesn't need religion at all. They're just a good person. That's fine with me too. Anyway, getting back to Keizan. In this piece, he seems to present 3 flavors of Zazen. Now, the weird thing about this is, it might first sound like he's ranking them. I think a little of that is about Zen language having sometimes the opposite meaning of what it says. Sometimes the ordinary, when he calls something ordinary, it's fantastic. And the fantastic is drinking your tea, the most ordinary. When he calls something it's middling, middle is everything. When he calls something the best, it also means everything's the best. It's you have to understand that about Zen language. And the reason I'm sure of that is when he actually describes these 3 ways of Zazen, he's over the top enthusiastic about them all. There's no criticism here. He's not saying this is middling because it's got this problem, or this is ordinary because it's not as good as the other thing. He's saying, oh, this one that's the best, it's really good. And the one in the middle, fantastic. And the one that's ordinary, incredible. It's a little bit like saying this is great, this is fantastic, this is incredible. Which is better, great or incredible? I don't know, they're all great. They're all fantastic, they're all incredible. So please let's try to understand it that way. And understand that he's kind of maybe speaking to people who are coming from these different traditions, asking him, like I get questions all the time, which is best? Is koan introspection the real Zen? And you guys, I get in, some of you have seen some of my comments. Me and Dosho Port sometimes bump notices. Dosho Port says, you have to do koan introspection and get Kensho. It's the real Zen. And I go, it's the real Zen for Dosho. I say, my new phrase is, when you're Dosho, do Dosho, and you do you. There you go. That's my new catchphrase. Okay. So, and then I go, I'm a Shinkantaza teacher. Shinkantaza, just sitting in equanimity, and your sitting is the Buddha sitting is fantastic. But so is Dosho's way for those people. You see, I'm not an either or guy. If you choose one, do it. Do it wholly. That's the point. If you choose it, do it. But they're all good. So anyway, here we have the 3 ways. The first is the natural. And I think it's someone who's just a natural Zen person, which can be 2 things, but not a third thing. A natural is somebody who it's just naturally part of their life, and their Zazen is sitting and just everything because it's in their bones. Now, there are some very fortunate people, I was not one, who maybe were born natural. My dad may have been a little that way. My father, I saw, he wouldn't know Zen, I said, from something on a Chinese menu. He just wouldn't know anything what Zen was. He didn't know anything about it, but he was kind of naturally had some wisdom like that, I always felt. Even though he died long before I was ever into Zen. Some people are just natural, but I think some people become natural after years of practice. And you still sit, but really everything is just your Zazen. It's just in your bones. The one I want to caution against is the person who goes, I know what Zen is, I don't need to sit. That's not what this talk is about. Or I had like one opening experience. It's all clear. Burn the books. Don't need to sit. All of life, whatever you do, whatever crazy thing you do, it's Zen. No, that's not what he's talking about here. He's talking about the person who truly has a natural understanding, like the baseball natural, the guy who, remember that movie, The Natural, about the guy who's just the natural baseball player? Either before they start or after years of coaching, but they're natural. Okay, so here's the natural. The natural person whose Zazen is the most profound type has no interest in why the Buddhas appeared in the world. All questions are just kind of resolved. Such a one doesn't speculate about truths which cannot even be transmitted by the Buddhas and ancestors. I hope you don't mind my commentary adding always gravy on Keizan and Dogen's fine words, but what this means, there are certain truths here that we don't get caught in debate about. What is Buddha? What is emptiness? They just feel it. They just know. That's what it means. Even a Buddha could not say it because they just know be in the bones. You see, that's what we mean. It's a truth. They don't get caught speculating about truths which cannot be transmitted even by the Buddhas and ancestors. She doesn't doctrinalize about teachings such as all things are expressions of the self. Now, it's true. You hear me talk about this. This whole universe, guys, is you. That leaf on the tree over there is my face and your face leafing. And your face is the leaf, let's say, beoning, and Shawning, and Jamesing. Yes, very good. It's true. Our teaching is that not just you're a part of the universe. Let me say this again. I'm a mystical guy too, even though I'm one of the down-to-earth guys. And Dogen too was a mystical guy. I'm just not as woo-woo maybe as Keizan, but everything you see in the room where you sit and out the door and to the Webb Space Telescope is as much you as the hairs on your head. Okay? And you see, words are now failing me. So this natural doesn't even bother to get into this discussion. This natural person just knows all things are the expression of the self. For she is beyond enlightenment and delusion. And again, in our way, part of our finding the real good is when we drop ideas, small human ideas, I call them, of good and bad. To find the true peace, we sit Zazen beyond peace and war. And that's the big P, peace. You see, the big G, good. To truly find enlightenment, you must drop the dichotomy of delusion and enlightenment, this world of samsara, this messed up, crazy world, and the Buddha world. You must drop the division, and then you find that this messed up world, with its beauty and its ugliness, its war and its peace, is also another face of the big peace, big good Buddha. But I'm sitting here explaining this with words. Sorry, it's my job description. The natural doesn't need to talk about this or understand this. By the way, when I say that the world of delusion is the world of enlightenment, that doesn't mean that, like that guy I was talking about, anything you do deluded, robbing a bank is the Buddha, burning arson and pillaging is no, that's not what it means. It means this complicated world when your heart is Buddha-like and you put down the anger and hate and violence, you will see that this world has been Buddha all along. Okay? But again, I'm sitting here explaining this. The natural doesn't need that explanation, just knows it. She is beyond enlightenment and delusion. And that's the big E, enlightenment. Since her views never fall into dualistic angles, nothing obstructs her, even when distinctions appear. Something like saying, in this world of divisions and frictions and me and you and good and bad and all the distinctions and friend and enemy, she's not obstructed. She still knows the wholeness, the emptiness of separate identity, the wholeness that not only ties it all together, but is it. She knows this, so she doesn't get obstructed. She floats through this world of frictions. She sees beyond this world of birth and death, even as sometimes it's so very sad, and happy too, you see. So again, I'm sitting here talking and explaining this. The natural doesn't need, and in fact, my words just would get in her way. Well, actually, nothing gets in her way. That's the point. She's free of all obstructions. But my words explaining this, she just doesn't need. She's the natural. So nothing obstructs her, even when distinctions appear. She just eats when she is hungry. She just sleeps when she is tired. She just lives this life, and this living of life is Zazen. Now, does that mean you shouldn't sit? Well, Dogen said that the Buddha kept sitting. You don't need to sit. We just sit because we sit. We sit. Why do we sit? We sit because it's the manifestation of this. But really, all of life is the great Zazen. Okay? But now, how about the koan people? Now, this is, I said there was a little politics here. Maybe why this piece wasn't so popular. Keizan, our founder, is saying nice things about koan introspection here. And we tried to get away from that again in the 19th century, right? So maybe this piece is not, people don't know how to treat this piece so well. But I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with what he's saying here. He's saying different strokes for different folks. That's what he's saying. So here, the person whose Zazen is of a medium type, which again made me better to say is in the center, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Buddha said his teachings were good in the beginning, good in the middle, good in the end. The middle is not a bad place to be. We are the middle way, are we not? Okay, so that's not an insult. The person whose Zazen is of a medium type forsakes all things and cuts off all worldly relations. Some people need to head to the monastery, have 3 robes and a bowl, say goodbye to family, and cut off their worldly relations, and this is where their practice needs to be. Good for them, that's what they need. I'm out in the world here. My kid is now in the house watching cartoons. It's Saturday morning here, okay? That's what I need, that's my practice. Where's your practice? Let dosho do dosho, you do you. Sorry, dosho. Okay. Throughout the entire day, she is never idle, so every moment of life, every breath is practice of the Dharma. In a lot of monastic training, you're supposed to keep it up, especially the koan introspection folks. Man, you keep it up morning to night. You always got that koan in front of you. Everything you do, and Dogen was into this too. If you're in the monastery, it's retreat time. Everything you do, pardon my language, you take a piss, make it a ritual. Right? Cooking lunch, ritual. Practice, Zazen, everything, serious. Keep that koan in front of you if you're a koan introspection guy. Me, I'm honest with you guys. I sit Zazen. When I sit Zazen, I eat ice cream. When I eat ice cream, I watch Netflix. When I watch Netflix, I am not a 24-hour, I have to always keep my Cohen in front of me guy. When I watch Colbert, I like the Colbert show. You know, some people overseas might not know who Colbert is. It's a TV commentator, comedian. When I watch Colbert, I just laugh with Colbert. And sometimes in it, by the way, the Zen is there because some of his jokes, it's in my bones too. So when he tells political jokes, for example, yes, part of me transcends them in a Zen way. I do feel Zen in watching, right now I'm watching, what am I watching? Better Call Saul. It's a very violent show. It's about greed, anger, and ignorance. Better Call Saul. It's an American TV show about the mafia and all kinds of things, drug dealers, okay? I watch it. Why? Because it's an entertaining show. But is it my Zen practice? Well, no, because I'm not sitting Zazen there watching it. But when I watch the greed, anger, and ignorance on the screen, do the years of this practice come out of my heart and I say, that's greed, anger, and ignorance? Yes. So I am watching it with Zen wisdom too. So I'm not going to say my practice ever leaves me either. I am kind of a 24-hour Zen guy after all these years. It's just my bones, but it's very subtle. It's not always like, moo, 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 I'm keeping the Zen in front of my eyes, moo, 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 moo. No, it's not like that. It's just there. It's just there. Okay? Right now, these 4 hours we do our retreat, it's very present. We practice, but all the rest of life, just being with my kids, there's Zen is there. Anyway, let's get back to this. So every moment of life, every breath is practice of the Dharma. She might concentrate on a koan, eyes fixed, her view in one place, such as the tip of the nose. Considerations of life and death, coming and going, are not seen on her face. I think that means she's just focused on the koan, and even thoughts of life and death and change of world, things coming and going is just, her face is like a Buddha's face. It's just thrown away. Very good, intense practice. The mind of, now it's a compliment. The mind of discrimination can never see into the deepest unchanging truth. If you want to reach the true unchanging, you have to cast away the mind of discrimination. That's a good practice. We sometimes get into that radical emptiness where all the distinctions kind of drop away. That's kind of like the Kensho. They like that in the Rinzai. But then we come back and we see also that this world of distinctions and the world of wholeness was never separate, never two, you see. But so the mind of discrimination can never see into the deepest unchanging truth, nor can it understand the Buddha mind. Since there is no dualistic thoughts, she is enlightened. Yeah, it's good. That kind of radical dropping away of all the separation and your body. It's true, the Kensho experience. It's a real thing, guys, the Kensho experience. What I usually say is there are many ways to experience Kensho. It can be that radical dropping away. It can be a more subtle sensation that the wholeness and this world of division are never apart. Some people in the Rinzai side emphasize you have to have that radical experience of dropped away, body gone, everything flowing into everything. There is no everything. It's just here. Then they draw circles in the air because you can't even say it. It's just, for the people on the podcast now, drawing radically circles in the air. It's just this, right? Good experience. Not bad. Just not the only way to experience Kensho. Since there is no dualistic thought, she is enlightened. From the far past up to right now, we forget about time. Time also goes in this Kensho experience. There's no measures. There's no separation. It's not even now because there's no past or future. That's what I always say. People say it's in the being in the now. No, it's not even the now because there's no past or future to compare with it. It's that radical. From the far past up to right now, wisdom is brilliant, clear, shining. The whole universe throughout the 10 directions is illuminated suddenly from her brow. All things are seen in detail with her body. If I have had an experience like that, and a couple of Japanese have told me that I have, I don't make a big deal of it. It's that the body softens, falls away, and all things flow in and out of you. You flow in and out of all things in the world flow in and out of each other, so much so that it just becomes like a big, wonderful soup. Delicious. And there are not even separate things. Okay? That's great. Good experience. But you don't stay there, and we don't over import. You don't only have to have that experience to know the wholeness. You can still taste the soup. Anyway, now we get into what is shikantaza. The person who is just ordinary, which in Zen lingo is not an insult. To say something is ordinary is the highest compliment, because the ordinary is sacred, the sacred is ordinary. The Zazen that is just ordinary views all things boundlessly from all sides and frees herself from good and bad conditions. We sit Zazen just dropping all thoughts of good and bad, knowing that Zazen is good just to be Zazen, and we taste that big G good that sweeps in all the good and bad of this world. That's our practice. The mind naturally expresses the actual nature of all the Buddhas, because Buddha rests right where your own feet rest or stand or sit. When you sit, we sit with the trust that this is the sitting of the Buddha. Thus, wrong action does not arise. We'll talk about that in a second when he gets to the precepts. But we drop also a thought of right and wrong, and we taste some realm where there cannot even be wrong. The way I usually describe this, in adding words to words, is in this world we have a world where you can do wrong. You can be a bank robber and you can steal something. In the world of wholeness, it's so whole, listen closely, there's no one who can do stealing. There's nothing separate to steal. Therefore, no wrong can be done. There's nothing lacking, so who would even need to steal? That's the wholeness. But yet we live in this world where we can rob banks and steal things, and our precepts tell us, don't do that. The hands are held in reality mudra, the Zazen mudra, the way we hold our hands during Zazen, and do not hold on to any scriptures. You might say we're embodying the sutras. Doesn't mean we don't read the sutras sometimes. It means when we're sitting Zazen, we put the sutras aside. We are the sutras embodied. The mouth is tightly closed as if the lips were sealed, and no word of doctrine is spoken. The eyes are neither wide open nor shut. See, I'm not kidding about that. In Zazen, we keep the eyes a little open. We neither run towards the world nor run away, all to realize in sitting here, there is no other place to go. There is no other place. Get this. There is no other place that is not here, because here is there and there is here. There is everywhere, everywhere is here. I am a mystic. Okay. Nothing is ever seen from the point of view of fragmentation. We drop all ideas of this and that and me and you, right? In Zazen, we just put them down. The fragmentation softens, sometimes fully drops away, like those Kensho guys. Sometimes it fully drops away. Sometimes the fragmentation just softens and the light of wholeness is seen to permeate all things. As if everything is separate and itself, but yet everything is the wholeness too. This is also a flavor of Kensho, and a very good one. And the Rinzai people know that too. They know that same Kensho too, that is in this world, yet not of it. Okay, anyway. And good and evil words are left unheard. The nose in equanimity doesn't choose one smell as good, another as bad. We sit Zazen in radical equanimity. I said the other day, I gave the podcast with Kirk and we were talking about dukkha, and I said, dukkha is sucky, but sukha is ducky. In any way, sometimes life sucks. Sometimes life is ducky. That's a British expression, I believe, for it's a little out of fashion, but it means it's good, ducky, right? Well, we sit with radical equanimity, letting the sucky be sucky and the ducky be ducky. Ducky times are just ducky. Sucky times are just, well, sucky. I also had a discussion with Kirk, by the way, when we decided to use suck for the title. He actually proved to me, originally, it has nothing to do with what you dirty guys are thinking. It actually came from some other meaning. Shakespeare used it. In any case, it just means let bad times be bad, let good times be good, let in-between times be in-between. The body is not propped up. We sit upright, naturally balanced way. And all delusion is ended. Since delusion does not disturb the mind, in this equanimity, sorrow and joy both drop away. This is where I say that our way of sitting is very close to the Buddha's fourth jhana, which was considered maybe what the highest that the Buddha actually realized. It's a long story, I don't want to get into it, but we sit not to experience bliss. Oh, I'm so blissful, man. This is it. Oh, bliss. It's only when I'm bliss. My Zazen is good because I'm feeling bliss. Bliss is good. I got nothing against bliss, man. Okay? We sit in a kind of joy with a big J that overrides all sorrows and joys. It's truly radical equanimity is much more powerful than just feeling some bliss. That's like, take morphine if you want that, man. That's not what we're into. Okay? Shaped like a wooden carving of the Buddha, we sit in the form of like a Buddha statue, right? Shaped in the wooden carving of the Buddha, but the substance and the form are true. When we are sitting in the form of a Buddha, we are Buddha. Worldly thoughts might arise during Zazen. We don't stop the thoughts. We don't blank out like maybe the Rinzai folks just concentrating on the koan, and they blank out. Just there's nothing but moo, 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 and all thoughts. There's no other space for anything else. It's like a mantra. There's only space for the mantra. Our way, worldly thoughts might arise or not, but they do not disturb, because the mind is a bright mirror with no trace of shadows. I often say the strongest teaching we have, one of the strongest symbols or images, ways to convey Zazen is as the mirror. The mirror sits there bright, clear, and round. Think of it as a boundless, beautiful, clear mirror. Whatever comes and is in the mirror, it doesn't care. It doesn't go, oh, that guy's face too ugly for me. No, it takes the ugly. Oh, only beautiful people. No. Only good scenes? No. Only bad scenes? No. Only non-violent scenes? No. They're all in the clear mirror. But the clear mirror is shining with its clarity, its equanimity, its wholeness to such a degree that it takes in the whole world, you see. So we are sitting not on our moo, moo, moo to blank it all out, boom, but as the clear mirror that is perfectly welcoming of all. And yet all, here's the thing, when you have the heart of the bright mirror, the ugly world does not appear like it was before. Don't get me wrong. When you have this heart, you'll see ugly things and beautiful things, peaceful things and violent things. but something is shining through. A light is shining through that, like that. Okay, so the precepts naturally arise from Zazen, and all the teachings naturally arise from Zazen. That's what he says in the next paragraph, and it's true. That doesn't mean we can break the precepts. It doesn't mean we don't study the teachings. It's that when you are sitting Zazen, all the precepts, like I said, you can't rob a bank. There's no bank to rob. There's no robber. And you're sitting Zazen, it's such wholeness. All the precepts are resolved. Later we study the Heart Sutra. What does it mean? Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. That's what we're talking about. Great, right? All things are the expression of the self. Great teaching. Study that. Right. Now we're sitting Zazen. You are all things are expression of the self. You are form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Shh! Shut up. Sit. Like that. And then he goes just in praise of Zazen. Should only one merit be gained from the practice of Zazen, it is vaster than the construction of 100, 1,000, of a limitless number of monasteries. But then Keizan went, by the way, guys, I don't mean don't make donations. I'm still the promoter here. I got to build all those 900 temples I told you about. Keep the donations coming. Shh, I didn't mean that. That's a joke. I was just telling a Keizan joke, because he was the big promoter. He made the monasteries, but here he's saying, it's not about building monasteries. Okay, anyway, practice Zazen, just sitting ceaselessly. Doing so, we are liberated from birth and death and realize our own hidden Buddha nature. Whichever guy you are, if you're Mr. Natural, great. If you're Mr. Koan Introspection, good for you. If you're sitting Shikantaza, you're here practicing baseball. This is a baseball field. It is, yes, Kensho, Buddha nature. Yeah, all good. If you want to find it in Jesus, I really don't care. Be a good person. You want to find it in science, just be a physicist. Don't care about this at all. Great, be a good person. You can find it many ways. I don't care. We play baseball here. Okay, anyway. In perfect ease, go, stay, sit, and lie down. It's all your actions. Seeing, hearing, understanding, and knowing are all the natural display of the actual nature, even when you're watching Better Call Saul on Netflix. But we don't do that during Zazenkai. This is not Better Call Saul time. This is sitting Zazen time. You can watch Better Call Saul later. Who here, by the way, raise your hand. Do you know this, what I'm talking about, Better Call Saul? Is it just like, okay, 3 people here, the other people don't know what I'm talking about. It's a TV show. Very entertaining. Okay, anyway. I'm not recommending you have to go watch it now as part of your training. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it's there. If you got a Netflix, it's there. It's good. You got to watch Breaking Bad first, though, or it won't make sense. Breaking Bad, then Better Call Saul. Anyway, I'm getting off track. Back to here. Okay. From first to last, mind is mind, beyond any arguments about knowledge and ignorance. Just do Zazen with all of who and what you are. Just do it sincerely. Just do it with dedication. Whether it's the hard koan way or are just sitting in radical equanimity and confidence that Buddha is here and letting go. Just do it sincerely and with dedication. Never stray from it or lose it, even when you're sitting Zazen or taking care of the kids or watching some terrible story on TV, the news, whatever it is. It's always in your bones. You can be the natural. Our practice here is, I hope you practice for many years. And while we say there's no place to go and nothing to attain, it does get in the bones. I hope you become the natural. I think many of you are already becoming the natural. Never stray from it, never lose it. Any questions? We got this wonderful technology and I always like to make use of it. I kind of kind of nudge especially my pre-students who are, any question? Yes, thank you.
Okay, so Gasho Jundo Sensei, um, it's going to be a busy month. I'm going to try to make it as much Zazenkai as possible. So to paraphrase what we were talking about, we're talking about various technique throughout Zen history. Keizan was like the woo-woo guy, but Dogen was like more down to earth.
They were both woo-woo. Dogen just was a little. They were all woo-woo. I'm woo-woo. We're all. The Dalai Lama's woo-woo.
Yeah.
Buddhism, from normal common sense is woo-woo. It's just here's the thing. The other guy's woo-woo because it's not your woo-woo. He's woo-woo. Yeah. I'm not woo-woo. Right. But from him looking at you, you're like, oh no, he's not woo. I'm. You understand what I'm saying? It's all where you're standing. The other guy's always woo-woo. Please continue.
So, from a historical standpoint of like folklore and mysticism, was like Keizan like the incantation guy, and like did Dogen believe like there was like spirits in the forest, kind of like that?
Yes, they both did, because in the 13th century, everybody did. Hey, people still today, I got people saying, you want to cure COVID, don't get a vaccine, man. Take this amulet. This will do it. This is part of our human nature even today, and definitely back in the 13th century. Yes, sure.
Okay. So this is my last part. So in popular culture, people think of us Zen Buddhists as people that do calligraphy, flower arrangement, and martial art. Okay. Mm-hmm. But in reality, we're just like Zazen people. The other things are just optional, right? Like we don't really do a lot of woo-woo practice like the Kadampas or the Shintos.
Okay. First off, the arts were always encouraged in Zen. It's an interesting thing. I got a little footnote. Chinese culture came. The elite was interested in learning Chinese culture. The priests who had been to China also were educated people who were into calligraphy, poetry, flower arranging. The two kind of came together. And in other words, no, you don't have to do flower arranging or write poetry to be a Zen fellow, but you can do your poetry or flower arranging as Zen, and a lot of people did. It's kind of like, it's a cafeteria. If you want to do some poetry, you can, but it's just one of the many Zen dishes that are there. It's not, you have to, my joke is that when I became a Zen teacher, I didn't actually also become a black belt in Kung Fu. No, I'm sorry, I that's not me. But you can do the martial arts with your Zen practice too. And if you want to, not my taste, I'm a very kind of square, down-to-earth guy who believes in science. Mm-hmm. But if you want to get in, I got into Mado Moore's, and I shouldn't say people's names, but Mado Moore had something in his book, and I wrote him, and he said he puts his hand over, closes his eyes, puts his hand over, he can feel the ground, and he can know, where there's obstacles, and he can walk with his eyes closed with just his hand. And I said to him, if you can do that, I would really be impressed. Would you go to a controlled experiment and agree to be doing that? I never heard back from him on that, because I doubt he can do that. Now, maybe he can, and I'm wrong. Okay. Mm-hmm. And if he can, I will sit here. I will eat my altar here. Mm-hmm. Not just, I will eat my Roshi hat. Okay. Mm-hmm. But I'm a down-to-earth guy. But if you want to do these other kinds of practice and they resonate with you, if Mado Moore's teaching, he's a fantastic teacher. By the way, Mado Moore is a fantastic, incredible, powerful teacher of Rinzai Zen his way.
Right.
If that is what resonates with you, the Dalai Lama resonates with you. If the Pope resonates with you, or Rabbi Shlomo, good for you. Okay? There you go. But I teach baseball. Here we practice, we're baseball people.
So my final comment is lately my Zen practice has been like, if I make my bed, I make my bed 110%. Or if I'm a protestant, so I like put out like oranges and grapefruit. I'm putting out the grapefruit 110%, like that all the time. But yeah, that's
I often say that sometimes we make our bed and it's practice, and we try to do it
yeah.
with diligence and attention as if we were in a monastery making our bed. And other times, hey, I'm late to get the kids from school. I don't even make the bed. I just toss, here's the blanket, boom. In other words, don't be attached to one or the other. There's a time to be just natural in the world, an ordinary person. There's a time to make everything practice, right?
Mhm.
Which, I'm not going to say how much you got to do it all the time, one way or the other. I tend to mix and match. There's a time I do some actions as practice, and there's a time I do some actions just as an ordinary actions. But I'm trying to say this to you. If you're wise, you will see it's all Zazen.
Mhm.
It's not just making your bed 110% is Zazen. It's
Mhm.
actually all Zazen when it gets in your bones.
Mhm.
You cannot escape from it. Now, you said you're going to come to retreats as much as you can, Zazen as much as you can. Great.
Mhm.
We don't miss them, but you're never going to be away from Zazen.
Yeah,
But
I feel that.
that's not an excuse not to come.
Mhm.
But you never can not be there.
Yeah. I gotta pay those bills, Jundo Sensei.
Right.
Gotta pay those bills. Okay. Or else homelessness will become my Zazen. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure. Ran really long today. Any more question? Anything at all? It's okay. We're not late. Nope, I don't have to get up. It's just picking up the recycling. Okay, that's the truck picking up the recycling. Okay. So, anything else before we go? All right.
I have one question.
Yes. Hi, Yashi.
I'm mm, I was curious about this, about the reality mudra.
Yeah.
What is the understanding of reality more?
Well, first of all, it's the way we hold our hands in Zazen, and you
Mhm.
can take it several different ways. Some people say there's a power there. It's like an amulet. Again, no, I don't think so. I just think that's how you're holding your hands. Mado Moore would say it does something with the ki flow in the body. That shape actually gets the ki circulating in the body. And I would say to Mado, I'm not a big ki guy like that. I think it's a very nice balanced way to sit, but I don't think it's naturally circulating some mysterious energy in the body because I'm holding my hands that way. Frankly, if you want that, talk to Mado. I'm sorry, I don't really. Okay, this is the way we hold our hands. But is it a powerful way to hold our hands? Well, look at it. It's round and open and balanced. Looks like an egg. It's the wholeness. I can tell when people are doing badly in Zazen when they're distracted. I mean, not when they're doing. You can't do bad in Zazen, even when you're doing bad. Remember that. But I can tell when people are distracted because they're tired because their fingers are sagging or broken, or they're too stiff because the fingers are pushing together like a tug of war. It's just nice, round, open, and holds the whole world like the mind should be round and open like the mirror. It's the hand gesture that is the mirror. It's the round mirror. It's the mirror of the mind that just takes it all in. So this is the reality mudra. The whole body is the mudra. Mudra just means the pose, the physical pose. Okay?
Okay,
Right?
yes.
All right. So it's real, man.
Thank you. Ayanda.
Okay. But you want any energies, you gotta go talk to the other guy. Sorry, I'm not an energies guy. Anything more? Okay. I think that's it. All right. Bjorn, would you take us out?
May the merits of these teachings penetrate into each thing in all places, so that we and every sentient being together may realize the Buddha's way. All Buddhas throughout space and time. All Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Maha Prajna Paramita.
Okay, we will have our very short Zazen as a lesson to us that Zazen is not always, not ever really, a matter of long or short. A moment of Zazen is all time and space too. We will now engage in our most sacred of traditional rites. I said I'm not woohoo, but this truly is the power that will get the key energy flowing. It is the mudra of all mudras. It is, in Sanskrit we call it, the Hokey Pokey. Please rise for this most sacred of all rituals. Remember, when it is your right hand going in, it is the whole universe right hand going in. When it is your left hand coming out, it is the Buddha's hand coming out. This is not just some wedding dance. This is the Hokey Pokey. And my son is starting at Virginia Tech, going back as a sophomore, I should say, in about a week. So I picked a Virginia Tech marching band version of the Hokey Pokey. Up, wait. I know, Bjorn. Let's see, which one was it? Oh my gosh. This one. Oh, yeah. This one. Okay, and then I go here. Share audio, not video, right? Share audio. Share audio, Bjorn? Just give me a thumbs up.
Yes, share audio. What's the options? Audio, video, and...
Okay, Kyo, I think I got it. Okay. This should work. Give me a thumbs up and you can hear this when it goes. Ready? go Virginia Tech. By the way, the Virginia Tech, they're called the Hokies. That's the name of their team. That's why that was the Hokey Pokey. Just a small bit of trivia there. Now, I don't think I have to actually unshare, right, Guillaume?
Yes, you do.
I do? Okay, wait a second. All right, let me find out where that is. 1 second. Okay. So stop the Kyoryu. No, it automatically stopped, so I don't have to. Apparently.
No, you're still sharing sound.
You're still sharing sound.
Oh, it's fine, just leave it.
Still sharing sound?
Yeah, you're still sharing it.
Okay. Wait a second. Won't let me unshare. Wait a second. Won't let me unshare.
Oh, now you're sharing the screen. Lovely.
I'm sharing the screen. Okay. Anyway, go sit Zazen. I'll figure this out. Wait, let me.
You know what? This is a better view than what you get with the camera. This is lovely. Keep this one.
Let's do this then. Okay. Here we go. All right, go sit. Go sit. a short Kinhin? Kinhin. We will now recite the Metta verses. Before we go ahead with the Metta verses, I'd just like to make a special mention. This is calligraphy that was gifted to Treeleaf by the Reverend Nonin Chawani, the former abbot of the Nebraska Zen Center, a Soto Zen priest, a good friend for many years before he retired, a voice of reason and common sense who left this visible world this week. This calligraphy, by Nonin, he was a gifted calligrapher. I wish my calligraphy were anywhere a shadow of his, but it's wa, harmony. Very important in Japanese culture and in Zen culture, harmony. So let's dedicate our Metta verses and also all we do today to Nonin. Also to all the folks who have family who are ill or they themselves are ill, and all who love them. All right? I'll put it back here. Okay. Okay, the Metta verses are wishing peace, harmony, equanimity, health to people near and far in our lives. Just a moment to discuss again woo-woo. Some people ask me, does this actually have some incantation-like power to go to the other side of the world and bring them health and peace? And I often say, in this age of the internet, look who I'm talking to on the other side of the world. And if I say words of anger or hate, they will touch your heart. So these days, if I say something here in Japan, words of peace, words of hope, it will have an effect somehow, right? Travels all around the world. Now, you know, I'm a woo-woo. I was thinking, yes, I believe in witch doctors. We just call them physicians. And I believe in exorcists who clear the spirit. These days, we just call them psychologists and psychiatrists. And I believe in alchemists who have the power to transform matter. We just call them chemists. And I believe in wizards who can transform and do amazing things and see the far reaches of the universe. And we call them physicists, you see. This is the kind of woo-woo I preach. So this metaverse is just the same. It has real power. It begins with your heart, but then it affects the people around you. I know in my house, for example, if I'm in a bad mood, or with my priests, some of them will know if I'm in a bad mood, it affects them all. It affects them all. So what you wish here actually has effect to the people around you, and then to the community around you. And then we're citizens of nations, to the entire nation where you live. You're contributing either violence or peace, right? So please recite it with that spirit. This is also a visualization exercise. It's when you say it, don't just say the words, really. Try to feel them as you're saying them. So that's why I give a little pause, so you can summon that feeling. And lastly, I remind folks, when we chant for the difficult people, any first-timers here doing this? Okay. Remember that when you chant for the difficult people, wishing them health and peace, it's with the idea that if they knew health, mental and physical, and if they truly knew peace, they would not be that difficult or violent or ugly person who does ugly things. There are no ugly people, I should say. People who do ugly things. Okay? Let's begin with ourselves. Nothing wrong with it. May I be free of suffering. May I feel safe and still. May I be free of enmity. Enmity is related to the word enemy. It means hate. May I be free of enmity. May I be loving, grateful for all of it, and kind, even when people are not kind to me. May I be healthy, but, as sometimes we're not, may I be at ease in all my ills. May I be at peace, embracing all conditions, every one, no exception, embracing all conditions of life. Okay? Now you may chant for someone in your family you love. May they be free of suffering. May they feel safe and still. May they be free of enmity. May they be loving, grateful, and kind. May they be healthy and at ease in all their ills. May they be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Now we're going to chant for a friend. I'm going to chant for Nonin. I haven't checked the rule book. I don't know if you're actually supposed to chant this for someone who has left this physical world, but, why not? If he's on to the next life, let's chant for Nonin. This is for you, buddy. May he be free of suffering. May he feel safe and still, wherever you are, buddy. May he be free of enmity. May he be loving, grateful, and kind. May he be healthy, not such a concern anymore, and at ease in all his ills. May he be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. I like to think that Nonin, having gone into the great wherever, didn't need that, but couldn't hurt him, right? Probably doesn't need to get a wish for health anymore, but, couldn't hurt you, right? So there we go. Now, for a stranger, someone we barely passed, the delivery man, the guy who came to pick up the recyclables today. May he be free of suffering. May he feel safe and still. May he be free of enmity. May he be loving, grateful, and kind. May he be healthy and at ease in all his ills. May he be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. Okay, now the one for the difficult person, with the idea that if they truly knew stillness, truly knew peace, truly were healthy, they would not act in such ways. So many in this world to choose from, unfortunately. Okay. May he be free of suffering. May he feel safe and still. May he be free of enmity. May he be loving, grateful, and kind. May he be healthy in mind and body, and at ease in all his ills. May he be at peace, so the world can know peace, embracing all conditions of life. I was chanting for a certain world leader. If he knew peace, maybe the world would know peace. Okay. Now for all sentient beings, and this is the one that gets me in trouble, I include future generations of whatever androids, robots, hybrids will come in the future. I include all the creatures on other planets, all sentient beings. Why just on this planet Earth, and why just today? Let's include the beings who even lived long ago. Okay? All sentient beings. May we be free of suffering. May we feel safe and still. May we be free of enmity. This is where I always say, especially those space aliens, if they're coming this way, may we be loving, grateful, and kind, because we're the space aliens to them. Never forget that. May we be healthy and in ease in all our ills. May we be at peace, embracing all conditions of life. This is where I also got to say, because some people actually misunderstood that at one time. When I say the space aliens are coming here, no, I am not. This is not a UFO cult. I am not saying there are actually space aliens coming here and we should all get ready for them. Okay, get your sneakers, your kids, yes. I'm saying that looking at the Webb space telegraph, that would be great, the space telegraph. Telescope. They're out there. There is life out there. We know it, right? There's too much real estate out there. So, no, don't worry. We're not having a UFO cult here. Okay, we're going to sit a few more minutes of Zazen, no long or short. You can just sit where you are. And ready? Okay. We will now recite the verse of atonement and the 4 vows. Give me a moment.
All harmful acts, words, and thoughts ever committed by Masons of old, on account of beginningless greed, anger, and ignorance, born of my body, mouth, and mind, now I atone for them all. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless. To transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible. To perceive reality, though reality is boundless. To attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless. To transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible. To perceive reality, though reality is boundless. To attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable. To save all sentient beings, though beings numberless. To transform all delusions, though delusions inexhaustible. To perceive reality, though reality is boundless. To attain the enlightened way, a way non-attainable.
Bring my buddy here, Nonin, with me. Gotcha. Well, thank you all. Thank you, Nonin, who contributed to this place directly and indirectly in many ways. Peace to all of you. Go out and please bring some good magic into the world. That's your job. Love you all. I'll see you later. See you guys. Thanks, Beyond. It was lovely. Thanks, Onkai, James, Yakshi. Everyone. All right, I'm going to push the 3 buttons. I know, Beyond.